Tonight, in Magic the Gathering, I give to you a card. It's a pretty good card. Darn good card. But what about it is so special? What about it is so unique? Oh, let me tell you. Oh. Wait, no, I don't want to change things. Oh my goodness. That right there is a magic card with no set symbol. Cards, before they had set symbols, were special. Magical, even. It was before they really were trying to brand their cards or keep track of where they were. It was a magic card. A basic magic card. They expected everyone would be playing with these, or at least have access to them. So that's what we're gonna do today. So I have built a deck using nothing. Hello, Minty Face. You just got here just in time to hear what we're up to today. We are embarking on a challenge here. Because you see, older cards were better. They didn't have this thing called a set symbol. They weren't trying to advertise or keep track of where they were. It was just a magic card, by God. So we're gonna see. Can I get a winning record in Penny Dreadful leagues with old cards not using a set symbol? So, to determine which cards I could use, I went to Scryfall.com. I said, show me all the cards legal in Penny Dreadful from the following sets: Alpha, Beta, Unlimited, Revised, 4th Edition, and 5th Edition. And I said, go. And it showed me a bunch of really, really bad cards. Channel is really old. Unfortunately, Channel is not legal in Penny Dreadful anymore. You know what else isn't legal? This is infuriating. This is infuriating. Oh, jeez. I think it's like towards the end, but UCDFGHIJKO. It's okay. It's on the next. You know what else is just barely not an option for us? Urza's Power Plant is legal. Urza's Tower is legal. But Urza's Mine isn't legal, so we can't build Tron either. We're so close. So, I got a little desperate. So I went through all the cards I could find, and basically I was able to find Birds of Paradise and Land War Elves and like Sylvan Library. So I was like, alright, was there like a mono green deck in Standard in like 1995? And there actually was, basically. It was a green-white deck, which gave them access to Armageddon and Swords to Plowshare and land attacks, which I don't have access to any of those, but I do get Sylvan Library, which this deck didn't. It plays a lot of really bad cards, but most of the cards listed were legal in Penny Dreadful. So thank you to Ivan Karina for making this deck list in 1995, because you helped me build this deck list. So I got Birds of Paradise, Land War Elves. I got 4 Nature's Lore. I have Sylvan Library. I even get Mishra's Factory. Mishra's Factory is pretty good. That's about where my excitement ends. After that, it's like, I've never even heard of Whirling Dervish before this, but apparently it was played. No, Factory's good. Like, if you think about it, Factory is like, so like Mutavault saw tons of play in Standard back in the Devotion days of Theros. And like, they all played Mutavault, and Mishra's Factory in most cases is like Mutavault, but a little better. But I get to play Juggernaut. I'm playing Lurgoyf. Interesting is probably the correct word, but you know, it's still early in the season. People are still trying to figure out what decks they can build, what they can't, and we're gonna come in and we're gonna cheat out creatures. We're gonna make them have it. That's what I'm banking on here. That roughly efficiently costed creatures will get us all the way, because I don't know what else will. At one point, so the other card that was like legal, that was even remotely like good, was Dark Ritual. But like, what I was Dark Ritualing into was basically Hypnotic Spectre, which, you know, was what they did back in the day. It's just the rest of the deck was really bad. Like, it's a bunch of... Hippie is good, and if the deck had like a handful of other 3-mana critters that were worth Dark Ritualing into, I probably would have gone that direction. But as is, like, Hippie is the only 3-mana thing worth that met all the other requirements that was worth going into. So nope. But wouldn't that be great? Dude, dude, if we could Dark Ritual into that, oh, I think that's what you need to put. You'd think at this point, the number of times I've done this, league info. Your comment. Okay. No trample, but kind of not needed. Like, a 7-6 on turn 1 will get most of the way there. But alas, that's not what we're doing today. Oh my gosh, here we go. This is it. Alright, first off. Alrighty. Are you winning? That's a keep. That's a keep. The worst part is he's gonna see this. And he's gonna, like, it's gonna start off looking okay. I also tried to get cards that visually looked like old cards. Oh. Sometimes it was not a cost-efficient idea. I probably should have played Mishra's Factory there. But that's okay. We will play Nature's Lore. So I play Mishra's Factory, that puts me up to 4. If I play Nature's Lore, that puts me down to 3. Of course, the first deck we run into is a 1/1 counter on it. Ugh. Alright. 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 My name's a battle. He's gonna punch me. Did he dash that? No, he just cast that. Alright. I may have to cast the disc next turn. Which feels bad because I just played Manipulator, but like, this is getting out of hand. Comes a 2/1 first. You got it, dude. Activate that as an instant. You can, that is true. fine. It's fine. Give me something. Another copy of Neverall's Disc. Oh, Juggernaut's about to die. Is there a way to pump him? How's this? Assembly worker artifact creature. Ugh. Fudge. All right. Oh, there's no good way to do that. Like, I have to pay one to stand it up. I lost track of which one I did, so let's... First strike. I guess we might as well throw it in front of the most damage possible, since it's just gonna die anyway. Oh, but I could use it to pump itself. You literally just told me that, Minty Face. I'm so bad at this. I'm probably just dead here. I'm surprised I'm not just dead here. What? Oh, I just... Well, I'm not gonna win any things doing this. Alrighty. Well, that did not feel very good. Alright. I have a feeling that's just gonna die. Let's gain some life. Juggernaut actually feels pretty bad here too, so we're gonna bring in Giant King Spider. I have a sneaking suspicion Hurricane's not going to be particularly good. I do still have one Juggernaut. Bring in Triskelion and Icy Manipulator. Alright. I played like garbage that first game. We're doing it. I'm just not allowed to keep anything good. Alright, we're just gonna hope Sylvan Library can, like, value us to victory here. Alright. Lurgoyf, huh? I'm not... We're gonna put them on top of our library for now. Whoa, there you go. Alrighty. I don't know if that's the right play or not, but... I'm gonna do it like that for the time being. Basically gonna let him get the one hit with the 1/1. Play with fire has an advantageous bug. Play with fire lets you scry when damage is prevented. Well, I'm not preventing it, so... Alright, the good news is this next creature, I can't imagine him killing profitably. Goblin Chain, yeah, basically. Ooh, giant spider, nice. I'm gonna put it like that. Yeah, playing a mono red deck to start here is a tough day. So I can tap out for... I should have actually... The spider would have been better. Man, these are the... I need to slow down. Like, clearly I'm like trying to play quick because that's how I normally play, but I don't... I don't know this deck yet. So I need to slow down. So we're gonna hang tight. You're coming soon. You're coming soon, but I want to get the spider out first. We're gonna... Alright. Stand it up. And we're gonna block a little aggressively here. We're gonna block here. And we're gonna block here. I'm gonna say, okay. And we're gonna give himself... Dingus. It's not cool, man. So many critters are in the yard. 3. I think you're used to playing with... 6 of 1. I am in fact not used to all these bad cards. Hi, M. Barry. That's aggressive, but I think I need to. So I can play the giant spider. And then still have my icy manipulator. Yeah. I think I'm just gonna swing with everything. If he has a burn spell, he has it. Oh, he didn't have a burn spell. Do I have a way out of this, though? So interestingly enough... Oh, no, he can just stand up his stupid thing. He still wins. Damn it. Yeah, I should have played the spider first. Sylvan Library is, in fact, a lot better with fetches. It's better with fetches. It's better when the cards you're sylvaning into are better. I do have Nature's Lore, which is a pseudo shuffle, at least is a shuffle effect, but that's the only shuffle effect I have. There were no fetch lands back in the day, so your real only option was to search your library for like cards. Alright, so we're 0-1 right now. It didn't help that I think just about misplayed about 30 dozen times so against a red deck, so there wasn't a lot of wiggle room for mistakes. But that's okay. What's in the mug? Coffee. I need to make sure that I'm in tip-top awakeness after a long day of work. It's also evidence that we might be here a hot minute. So for those who don't know, I'm trying to win in Penny Dreadful, get a winning record with cards with that were printed with no set symbol at some point. Yeah, yep. If I lose this one, I'll kill the league and start over. I think with this deck starting 0-2 is not it's the odds of winning enough from there is too low. The odds of winning period are pretty low, and it doesn't help when I'm like not playing well. So don't worry. Thanks, Minty Face. I need some believers right now. It's unfortunate because like some of these cards are like cards I sort of like, right? Like there's like half a deck I really like. There's like a Birds of Paradise. There's Land War Elves. Heck, like Lurgoyf is kind of cool. Normally you would you'd expect me to be playing a deck where I'm trying to cheat creatures into the yard. I'm never sure if I'm supposed to take these hands or not. I mean, there's like debatably, I'm taking an opening hand with nothing in it. Am I just going to play nothing but mono red tonight? Yeah. Which I'm now... Apparently that's all I'm going to see tonight. Seriously. I think I block here and make him have it. Sure. Yeah, he thought for sure I'd be too scared to... I mean, I think that's what he had. I mean, I'm sort of setting myself up for a 2-for-1 here, but he didn't bolt it immediately. The 2-for-1 was felt. I hate to keep 2-for-1ing myself here, but I also, like... I need to, like, survive long enough to actually accrue some value here. Oh my goodness. You're a dink. I kind of want to draw a land, not another dork. It's going to feel real bad when I try it again for the 3rd time, and he's just going to bolt it again for the 3rd time. Are you going to do it again? Come on, man! Alright. He's gonna run out eventually. My hope is that at this point I've just, like, run him out of spells. Printed it rare even as late as 7th edition. Oh, man. Alright, it's Sylvan Library time to get me out of this. Unfortunately, I think it's too late. Bloodthirst? Ugh. Rampaging for Rossadon. I mean, I don't... Yeah, let's... If he does it a fourth time... Hey, he will... Oh, but that doesn't mean he won't... Oh, he's out of cards. Okay, so here's my thoughts. We're gonna get rid of Juggernaut. We're gonna get rid of Hurricane. We're gonna get Stream of Life and Prey. We're gonna get Triskelion and Prey. These guys are just gonna die. We're gonna grab Giant Spider. We're gonna grab an Icy Manipulator. And we... Alright, so here's what's gonna happen this game. We're gonna take his best shot, and then we're gonna play game-winning cards, show him what's what. Perfect. At least this hand has a Neverall's disc, so like... Rakdos Cochlear Unleashed. Oh my gosh, we're gonna swing! We dealt damage! Alright, he's gonna swing for 2. We're not gonna try it again. Arc Trail's a beating, man. I have a sneaking suspicion Elvish Archers is about to eat it. Oh, interesting. I mean, I have to try it. Alrighty, you got it, dude. Alrighty. Time to play Giant Spider. To be fair, Giant Spider has a really big butt, and I doubt he has many burn spells that can deal with it. If we keep running into all these red decks, we may have to start running Giant Spider main deck, because this is really hard. I mean, I sort of can't play around with anything right now. I sort of just have to play into things. Do I play the disc, or do I just try to... The problem with the disc is it's slow, so if I wait... That being said, I think I can just stand them up. Oh, I should have waited for you to give your thoughts. I mean, my thoughts are that, like... Yeah, no, he's too... Now he's scared of the factory. He's only got one card. Oh, I guess that's true. I guess that's true. I can always stand it up and have it... Even if I take a little bit of damage, I now at least have the disc out there. You bring up a good point. Alright, so we've sort of... Okay. Oh, sugar. It, like, doesn't work. So you're gonna, like, burn my face, play a... Draw 2 cards, then proliferate. Oh, that's annoying. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to crack it. Nice. Was this the one that just entered? Cool. So... Hey, we're actually, like, doing things this game. This is the first game that sort of felt like a game. We're not out of the woods yet, kids. Oh man, we are really not out of the woods. my god, these Tezzeret's gambits. Red isn't supposed to draw cards. Crack the disc. So that puts me at 5. Could probably just start burning my face at that point. Well, if not now, when? Force of nature, please win me the game. God, please, please, please don't have it. Please don't have it. Yeah, we're paying the cost. Yes! Yes! I 8-8 trample for the win, man. Can't. The mono red deck cannot stop a force of nature. That being said, I don't think I don't think I can really make any other changes. I think we just pray something similar happens. Yeah, he's learned his lesson. Oh, interesting, he took a 1-lander. Play Sylvan Library and found his second land. It's unfortunate. Not much you can do there. Sure. What else we got? Yeah, let me... Ooh. Put that on top, and we'll put that on top. Play that. Play a voids. We're going to be actually defensive with the giant growth this time. Like, if he attacks, we're going to basically let him hit. Just because I really don't want to get 2 for 1 to this time. Now we're gonna giant growth it. And if he has it, he has it. He spent 2 cards, I spent 2 cards. It's fair. That's what we wanted here. That's good scripture. I want to use Sylvan Library. I am digging for gold, actually. Ooh, there's my Nature's Lore that I need. I don't want to hurt myself, though. Or do I? I think this is a little aggressive. I'm going to put the Nature's Lore back on top. And then I'm going to pay 4 life to keep that in hand so that I can cast it with a bird's up so I can giant growth something if I need to. Cool thing is we're making him waste his cards, and he's not actually getting anywhere with it. He wants to kill my giant spider. I think I actually... God, it's getting to be... Once again, though, I think I just force him to have it. If he wants to point burn spells at giant spider, I think I just let him. Oh, there we go. Alright, so... we're going to put these cards back on top. And then we're going to... Ooh, can I do that? So I can pay, that'll leave me with... Oh, nah. I can't do that this turn. Since I'm not ever really going to block with that... Let's just cast the Icy Manipulator now and keep a forest up. We're sort of stabilizing here a touch. That's not really what I want to see. What? No! No! I hate Magic Online. Oh! Swing with the team, yep. That hurts. Alright, so that being said, I set myself up for the least likely thing to screw me over. I mean, next turn I'll be able to tap it down with Icy Manipulator, but... Bloodthirst and Menace. I guess I'm... jeez. I made this whole thing a lot harder on myself. Yeah, let's use so. Oh, jeez, Crow. That really hurt. I hate when I punt. Alright, so this time we're gonna actually do this the right way. He's gonna attack for everything he's got. We were starting to stabilize. Ah, man. Okay, we're not out of the... Oh, that's interesting. Lurgoyf, huh? It's not the biggest Lurgoyf we've ever seen, but big enough. So what I'm thinking is if he attacks here, I need to throw Birds of Paradise under the bus. Upgrade, really? That hurts. Okay, but I can still throw Birds of Paradise under the bus here, so that's actually not the end of the world. Okay. This is okay. So we're gonna... Okay. So you're saying there's a chance. Oh, man. Oh, man. I really... You know what I need right now? The card that says I can pay to gain life. That is what I need right now. None of those are it. I think we turn it sideways and start praying, boys. Boys and girls. No! 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 Okay, don't panic. Don't panic. I still have the Mishra's Factory. I still have Mishra's Factory. Okay, okay. Okay. We're gonna double block. Pump them both. Yep. Yep, that's exactly what we're gonna do. We're gonna do this one at a time even. If he tries to Barbarian Ring, I just pump it again. He's trying it. What's going on? I'm very confused. What is going on here? Why can't I pump? Deal 2 damage to any target. What is he targeting? He's targeting... So why can't I take this? Oh, because he has Summoning Sickness. I mean, the card that gains me life is still what I need. Please, please, oh, for pity's sake. Now I don't even... Okay, I mean, I can still... Alright, we're just gonna do it first, because apparently I just stink at Magic Online and can't be trusted with this darn interface. Even with close one. Gee, bud. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I threw that guy off. Yeah, I guess that is the one thing about playing random shit is nobody knows what you're doing, so they don't really know how to sideboard or like have plans against you. No one expects the Spanish Inquisition! It's probably the best thing this deck has going for it. And I have plans. My plans are to play 8/8 for 6s with a drawback. That's my plan. Now, to be fair, it's unfortunate that he has that. If he was just a vanilla 8/8/6 trample, basically, if he was, yes, the trample is important. If he was Terra Stomper, the plan against those decks would have been to just slam it out there as soon as possible and say, beat an 8-8. But I have to pay the 4 or else he hurts me. And against those red decks, I can't let that happen. Oh my goodness. So who would have thunk? Who would have thunk after 2 games when both of them were mono red and the first one went about as poorly as it could have gone, we won a game. We're 1-1 right now, people. We have a chance. A real chance. I mean, in all serious... You're validating Wizards giving Force of Nature a drawback. I mean, No, not at all. This is a league, so we're basically going to just get other people, so they might just be playing random stuff too. Well, to be fair, in defense to Richard Garfield, when Alpha was printed, Force of Nature was literally the biggest creature in the entire game of Magic. The biggest. So yeah, he probably felt like, oh, if I'm going to make it literally... I mean, look at some of the other big creatures. Like, some of them were just big and awesome, like Shivan Dragon, and like Nightmare did require you to play a Gek with Swamps, but with dual lands, that was basically fine. Turn 1 Force of Vigor off of black. Well, that's true. When you put it in that perspective, now, which to be fair, he didn't really think people would do. But like when we're talking, but the Mox were also cards, so like between all of those, he probably did think it was realistic that you could make a bunch of mana on like turn 2 or 3, and so like he probably was like, oh geez, making the biggest creature in the game just come out on turn 2 or 3 seems a little strong. I'll give it a drawback. I mean, like there's that 7/7 for 7 that like you have to sacrifice creatures every turn or else he deals 7 damage to you. He Force of... Oh, we also meant Force of Nature. Force of Vigor is, like, a good card. Oh, man. I'll tell you what, winning with random stuff feels great. Alrighty. I think we finally found a hand that's literally unplayable. A bunch of giant growths. Oh god, not that that's much better, but I think I have to keep... Alright, we'll send one of these forces down to the bottom. Delver of Secrets. Lofty Denial. Well, this is a problem. I'm ready to pay the 1. Ready to pay the 1. Alright, I paid the 1. Now we'll attack for 1. I forgot you were a card. Sugar. Freaking. Goodbye, Land War Elves. I'm sorry I wasn't more careful with you. What's this guy's thing? Whenever you draw your second card each turn, put a 1/1 counter on it? Ugh. Let's control a creature with fly. Oh, and then you. Whoops. I might be in trouble. Like, random jank is really good against, like, stuff. Decks that sort of want to play a fair game. Oh, for pity's sake. I sent you to the bottom. I know I shuffled my deck, but come on, dude. You are absolutely killing me. I'm gonna have to. I hate. God. Taxian Probe's a stupid card. I think he's just got it. I'm not even sure how I'm supposed to handle this. Besides cry. I get it. Priority was received. Oh my goodness. Stop it. This card sucks. Good news is I think Juggernaut's fine here, unlike last game where it was like literally unplayable. Hurricane seems good here. I'd like to get regrowths in here. I'm just not 100% sure, like, what... I mean, I guess Giant Growth doesn't seem particularly good here. I could also take out the Neverall's discs. Just bank that I'm like gonna have like creatures. I guess my problem is just like I'm afraid of putting in Triskelion because, like, what are the odds I actually resolve one of these? Same with Force of Nature. Like, I feel like I have to keep some of them in, but, like, the actual odds I get to keep one of these seems very low. I know. I think the odds that that actually gets to do anything is really, really low. So with that in mind, we're actually only going to put one in because I want to put the other regrowth in. I think regrowth's really good here. God, when you draw sideboard cards, but you didn't draw any of the dorks you need to, like... Sure, whatever, it's fine. Put a card on the bottom. Lurgoyf's pretty bad early in the game. You got it, dude. Look at my game-winning hand here. Alright, I think we play Library and Birds, and we hope that that takes us to victory. Ponder, oh geez. Well, this is about to be exactly what he needs back on top of his library. You got it, dude. He's keeping one open, which makes me believe he can counter this, but... Is he just going to return it to my hand? Wow! I actually got to slam the spider in front of his... Tempest Gin? Oh. Well, that's not something Giant Spider can deal with. Use the ability, please. It's unfortunate. I feel like... Alright, so Lurgoyf is clearly... I'm gonna put that on top. We're gonna put... Do I just slam Juggernaut here, actually? I mean, he's probably just gonna try to trade with his stupid thing. But that's okay. You mean I have to swing with Juggernaut? Well, let's make him have it. I'm a big believer in that. Yeah, he's gonna counter it. And I cannot pay 4. Why does it keep skipping my second main phase? Is that... Am I just like... Is something... It's like skipping my second main phase. No, it should be stopping during... Oh my god. I must have clicked that at some... That's so annoying. I must have clicked that at some point, because yeah, it's like not stopping during my end phase. It wasn't stopping on my second main phase ever. Now I'm gonna have to choose between crap again. Return all green permanents to their owner's hand. Probably should have cast Nature's Lore. Would have gotten me the same amount of mana. Then I'd have a land for next turn. I think I'm just screwed. Well, that did not go very well. But to be fair, I'm not sure this deck was ever going to beat like mono blue control decks. It's not putting nearly enough pressure. We'll see what happens here. Stay away from mono blue, mono red. I don't get choke, no. I mean, I might as well also stay away from mono black, mono white, mono green, other mono green decks. Cloud Post decks, you know, it sounds like I should probably just stay away from, like, the whole format. But I didn't come here to be a coward. No, I want to play against basic lands and nothing else. I don't want them to cast spells. I don't want them to do anything. I want them to sit there, play lands, and never cast anything. I hope you brought your potato chips. Make yourself comfy. Have a snack. Have a drink on me, even. Funny in some of those games against that second mono red deck, it felt like a real deck for a hot minute, And against the first game and this game, I just feel like I'm not even playing the same game. Like my deck is doing so much less. But that's why this is a challenge. One thing I'm deaf, so we'll just see how the rest of this night goes. Because so far, every game I've brought Giant Spider in, which makes me feel like it probably should just be main deck, which feels weird to say. It's a weird world where you're like, you know, I should be putting just Giant Spider in my deck. But that's what I'm looking at right now. Alrighty. Here we go. We're now... So we have 2 games left. If we lose either one, we have failed the challenge. I generally don't believe in taking a hand without a land. Yeah, there we go. Oh my god. Every deck is mono red. Literally, no, I think that's going to be what I do when I fail this thing. I'm going to immediately make sure that the deck has freaking Giant Spider in it, so I have something reasonable to block with. So I just can't. If he swings, okay, this guy does not want to trade. Play Boyd's. It's mono red and mono blue. It's just those 2. I'm gonna keep. What? Oh, because I tap. Whatever. I'll just play it. I don't even care. If they play any black, I'm screwed. I probably should have just let the mana disappear. Oops. Sunk cost and all that. Ugh. Newly it's got the sickness. It means I'll probably just throw it in front of that guy. Just stand it up. And if he tries to kill it, We may have to trade, but like, it's fine. I think you play Icy Manipulator here because Juggernaut sucks. I don't know why I thought... I guess I thought he was aggressive, which I like aggressive things. But frick, man. Just like, he is useless in every match. Oh, God. Goodbye. I need a land. Instead, we draw. The good news is now at least, like, I can... no, because he'll just probably just burn Mishra's factory. Normally I'm all about making him have it, but I'm like, I don't have mana to cast things right now. I can't afford to lose anymore. Oh my gosh, stop playing Goblin Chain Whirler. Hurricane is useless! Hey, there we go. We'll just play Circle of Protection decks. Oh, that's interesting. I don't know what I'm hoping this will be. I guess a land so I can throw Juggernaut in front of Chain. Oh my god. Oh my god, okay. Get Juggernaut out of here, you worthless sack of garbage. Hurricane, you are useless. Stream of Life. Giant Spider. You are also always worthless. Triskelion and Icy Manipulator, I guess. I still need another card. The other Triskelion, I guess. Maybe I'll mulligan to like 4. That would help. Well, only because you said so. I'm not one to disappoint the fans. Alrighty. Please don't kill Birds of Paradise. Please don't kill Birds of Paradise. Please don't kill Birds of Paradise. That was your thing? Return it to its owner's hand. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. There's an argument to play Sylvan Library. All 3 of them. I guess my thought process was I could. There's a good chance Birds of Paradise just dies. And I need to make sure I had mana. Jiminy Christmas, here comes the pain. Oh, man. Oh my goodness! Stop! Oh, I guess I could have blocked and used a giant growth there. I'm just like, this is just insane. Oh my god, too many Lurgoyfs. Alright, I don't know what this needs to be to keep me alive, but I need it right here, right now. That is, in fact, not what I needed. I have a feeling we're about to start over, folks. Oh, that can't block this turn. Alright, we have to start over. Alrighty, that sucked. Okay. So, early observations. Whirling Dervish is hot garbage. Juggernaut is hot garbage. We need to get them out. I don't know. In retrospect, I don't really know if there are better options, but let's go. Penny Dreadful, Alpha, Beta, Unlimited, Revised, 4th edition, 5th edition. We're gonna say at most green, search. Alright, so we need a reasonably costed creature that isn't hot trash. Preferably something... So, like, clearly we were winning these games by playing big creatures at some point. So I need another creature I can play to, like, clog up the board until I'm ready to go. All of Spears is it? Vanilla 7/6 for... No, dude, if this were the Tron deck, we would have been playing that. And, like, as silly as it sounds, at least if you're basically tapping 4 lands to play a 7/6, we take that. That would have been more than fine. Instead, I'm playing weird garbage. Alright, so... Room's opinion... Beats Chain Whirler. Yeah, that it does. Alright. So I didn't want it to come to this. But I did come up with a plan B. And maybe it's too soon to go to this. I built a mono black deck. The benefit to the mono black deck is that I actually get removal. I get terror. I get paralyze. I still get the Mishra's Factories, which is cool. And I get Dark Ritual, so I can play, like... I can really only... The only real turn 1 play is Hypnotic Spectre. But I can... Sinkhole is not, in fact, legal in Penny Dreadful. Otherwise, I would have been very happy to play Sinkhole. So the benefit to this deck is that we're going to cheat stuff out with Dark Ritual. The downside to this deck is that if you're not doing that, this is a really... I'm not sure this is, like, any better than the previous one. We don't get fast... other than the Dark Ritual, we have to play lands every turn, and we have to be fair. We just also get a touch of removal. Do we want to try it? Well, I guess let me put it this way. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna fix up this deck, and then we're gonna try. If that fails miserably, then we will move on with our lives. That being said, we're gonna remove the Whirling Dervishes. We're gonna move Giant Spider to the main deck. We'll keep the single Whirling Dervish in the off chance we play a mono black deck. I guess we'll keep the 2 Juggernauts on the side in the off chance that need it. I don't know if Hurricane's actually, like, it's bad, clearly, but, like, it would give the deck reach, hypothetically. But then again, if we're playing all these... We could play Wall of Wood, as bad as that is. So how many creatures did I take out of the main deck here? I took 5 out, and then I put... I could play Oryx. I mean, Oryx is at that point just a woolly mammoth at best, but... So I just need one more card, really. I'm actually going to make it a forest, because I felt like there was some period when I just needed more lands. I did see that. I just don't think that's actually better. I also don't think Hurricane's actually better either. Oh, here, we'll put Hurricane in the sideboard. Oh, sugar. When in doubt, play more mana. That is true. So, no, wait, is that right now? Or did I add one too many? I can always remove a Triskelion. So let's see, that's 25, 40, I need to remove 2 cards, we'll remove a Triskelion and a Giant Spider. We're running 22 lands, that should be a better... Well, if I'm running 22 lands now, do I just want to go all in on the Force of Natures? So 27, 31, 35, plus 25, that's 50, 60. Alright, hold on, let's... let me make the changes here. So if I go... Which cards do I need? So let's see, we're keeping Voids, we're keeping Growth, we're gonna add some forests. I should have some extra old forests in here that I'm not using. I do, cool. We'll throw you in there. I'll throw you in there. Just lower in there, so goodbye, bad card. Move 2 Juggernauts here. Remove Juggernaut. Good. We'll move the Hurricanes over here. We're leaving Trisk. So what am I getting rid of? Oh, we're moving Giant Spider over. Wait, does this deck not have Triskelion in it anymore? It doesn't. Not that it was particularly helpful. Move Triskelion. So what else needs to be in the sideboard? Stream of Light. So is that... Alright, so that's my sideboard now. So I just need another Giant Spider and 2 more Forces of Nature. I don't think I actually have either of those. Or do it. Giant Spider. I need to get some Giant Spiders. And I need to get... Or I need to get a Giant Spider. And then I need to get a... I don't think I have Force of Nature either. Yeah, okay. You'd say 3 force, 21, 23 lands. Oh, that's a good point. I guess my thought process was just that I do want, like, I'm now kind of, I'm giving up on the idea that I'll ever win with little things, which, to be fair, was probably never happening anyway. But, so now I should be able to go find Card Hoarder Bot's busy. I don't... What? Oh, Card Hoarder Bot. Okay. Is Card Hoarder Bot not doing business right now? That sucks. I guess we can use Dojo trading. Dojo trade selling. So I need 1 Force of Nature and 1 Giant Spider. Oh, shoot. Giant Spider. I'll just get the 2, so I have the playset. Force of Nature. Thanks, 6 of 1. I appreciate you coming by. Alrighty. That. We need one more forest. Cool. Alrighty. So. Let's be honest here. That didn't go very well, but that's okay. That's okay. Oh, I went 3 and 3. Yeah, no, whoops. Move one. There we go. Alright, so that didn't go very well, but you know what? League, sign up. Yeah, retire. Oh, do I have to go into Discord and, like, type retire or something? League, retire. Seriously? I need to, like, remember all my Discord information. Alright. So that didn't go very well. Alrighty. This one, I got a good feeling about it. I got a good feeling. Oh, dang it. I should have... mentally preparing myself. That's fine. Alrighty. So, what did we learn? We learned that 1/1s for 2 are really bad. Especially when their ability is getting 1/1 counters for dealing combat damage to players. But I got a good feeling. Can I get some positive vibes from the chat? I need some energy. Chat, you're not giving me a lot of positive vibes, man. Thank you, Minty Face. Let's see if this goes better. One thing that I will say, as I'm thinking out loud, I wonder if I should have put the 4th Force of... Oh, wow. That's some positivity right there. There's a part of me that wonders if I should have put the 4th copy of Force of Nature in the sideboard, in the off chance I play a removal heavy deck. Because clearly how I'm winning these games is playing big, stupid stuff. It's not exactly that big and not exactly that stupid. Well, it is kind of stupid. But clearly, there will reach points in games where if you play an 8/8 with Trample, some decks just aren't going to have a ton to say about that, even if it requires you to pay mana every turn to keep it. Alright, yes, I'll play first. It's a unique hand. That's better. We'll throw the growth on the bottom there. I don't see giant growth helping us a ton here. Vapor Snag. You ever get the feeling this is a control deck? I probably should have just played Mishra's Factory there. Oh my god, whatever, it's fine. Play Nature's Lore. Grab a land. Play Birds of Paradise. Let's try that again. Infect? Yeah, that's scary. I mean, I got my Icy Manipulator to protect me, but... Oh, now I gotta play this game, though. I'm actually really excited I have the second Icy Manipulator here, because I have this sneaking suspicion this is going to be a weird game here. I'm a little frankly, I'm a little scared to try it, but I think I have to. Oh my god. This is funky. Alrighty, Icy Manipulator. Remember back in the day when I had those Icy Manipulator decks? Like, there were more than one game where Icy Manipulator was clearly, like, the strongest thing I was doing. Now, to be fair, I also was usually casting it for less than 4. Oh my god, this is so dumb. I'm gonna save the Nature's Lore in the chance I get us. Yeah, I'm now starting to flood, but I guess I am running like all the lands now, so that is what happens. I'm really gonna need those Sylvan. Yep, we're on the same page there, man. Time for Mishra's factory to get to work. If Pain lands aren't legal in Penny Dreadful this season. If they were, I'm starting to sense maybe the best thing I could have been was like some sort of control deck. Like, yeah, Icy Manipulator's a weird card, debatable, but probably a bad card. But once it gets on the field, it's hard for opponents to muscle through that. Dark Ritual. This is blue-black infect, man. What is he casting? I'm scared. He's got 7 mana right now. Well, he has access to 7 mana now. He just Ride the treasure cruise. It was quite an expensive treasure cruise, though. Did he pay just... I think he literally just paid the 8. No! No, 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 no! No, 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 no! Fuck! I do really dumb stuff, man. Good news is yeah, I mean, he spent all his mana, assuming I was going to tap them both down. So, like, it's not the end of the world, but it is massively obnoxious that I just do this dumb stuff to myself. We'll stand up the factory. Alright, I need to not be just awful at this game. Oh my god. I don't know why I lost my end and my main step stops. Frantic Search. Draw 2 cards, then discard 2 cards, untap up to 3 lands. Yeah, that's pretty good. I guess there's no reason to stop on my upkeep right now. But I do want to stop on my end step, and I do want to stop on my second main phase. I guess I probably don't need to stop on my beginning of my combat phase. Makes me a little nervous when they start casting Dark Rituals. Dispel seems absolute. Ooh. Ooh. That's a problem. Ooh. That's also a problem, and now I'm massively regretting my screw-up. Oh my god. Oh my god, you are 100% right. A disc is what we need. Alright, so that being said, we're gonna tap down his things that can swing this turn. Sylvan Library to help me find it, or disc. Disc. Well, I did ask for the library. I don't think it does either. I think it's like it just wants to flood the board. Yeah, I think you're right. So we just need to survive. I guess we don't necessarily need a thing on my end step. Oh my god. We're gonna... Nope. We did that we did that once, so we're gonna go... Oh god. The other one. Paid tap to do it. That's fine. Oh, my music. Yes, I'm still listening. Okay, so now he's gonna attack with everything. Stand up the factory. Till end of turn, target creature becomes a 5. Oh. So that's 6 infect counters. I'm going to be at 8. Yeah. Oh, and without this being the disc, I'm screwed. Even with it being the disc, I'm screwed because it's going to come in tapped. Yeah. Am I dead yet? And the answer is no, I'm not dead yet. I'm actually gonna start paying the life, because, like, you know, who cares? Alright, so let's tap you down. Tap you down. We're going to be throwing everything under the bus this turn. Now that's interesting. So this is a touch aggressive. I'm basically just gonna take one infect here. Try to save myself as much as I can to find that disc. Come on, library. So I just need to like keep stalling. Does this allow me to keep stalling? This allows me to keep stalling. I don't know how I'm winning once I find that damn disc, but alright, so we're gonna tap that down. We're gonna tap that down. Yeah, we're gonna... Though... Yeah. Oh, and I can sort of do some double blocking with one of them because I don't... So we'll see if he even attacks. I'd actually be a little surprised if he did at this point. I think he's... Oh, you know, he's gonna send... Alright, we're gonna get rid of those then. So... Okay. So we're gonna stand it up. So that's summoning sickness. Alright, I gotta keep track of that. We're gonna stand that guy up. So here's what we're gonna do. So we're done with the declare attacker step. It's time to declare blockers. We're gonna declare a summoning sick dude and a land war elves. And then we're gonna do the non-summoning sick dude here. I'm gonna say okay. That triggers their abilities. So then we're gonna give this guy +1/+1. Say okay. So interestingly enough, at this point, I think I can start playing... I can play Lurgoyf next turn, and then just... Alright, so now I can't draw extra cards here. But I can set myself up nicely. So I'm going to keep the force. I'm going to put the basic lands back on top. I need to be smart with my mana here. So if I pay... I'm going to have the dorks to... if I'm going to do that, I should use the dorks to cast Nature's Lore. Play Lurgoyf. Tap down the Blighted Agent. Maybe he'll make a mistake. I guess it was a little aggressive to try to play Nature's Lore and Birds of Paradise, and Lorgoyf on the same turn. So now I didn't have a Birds of Paradise to protect me. That sucks. Sandstorm actually seems really good here. God, Triskelion would have been really good here. Why did I take it out of the deck? God damn it. I do dumb stuff. Icy Manipulator was an all-star there. Giant Growth feels really weak here because he's never going to pump anything. And anything I pump will just die again. Manipulator. Sylvan Library was pretty solid. I guess the Singleton Regrowth. Damn it. Now I'm really regretting that one turn where I screwed up and I didn't tap down his things. Man, that's the worst part about what I've been doing here is I'm just not playing well. I'm not playing good Magic online, like, sure. At least this one has a disc. I mean, the good news is now I can be pretty aggressive with this Elvish Archers, for all that's worth. I can't deal with the Blighted Agent at the ATM, which is a little bit of a problem. I'd be surprised. Yep. Alright. Nature's Lore. Oh, we're still in the... Oh, that was... Oh. Control Z. Nature's Lore. Elvish Archers. Problem is that if he wants to, clearly he can do some some stuff. So if he just wants, so if like I'm just trying to win on a fair game here, I'm SOL. Oh man, I could really. Yep, you got it, dude. Not really sure if I... Alright, there's my icy manipulator. This doesn't actually save me, though. So this is going to seem a touch aggressive. I think I just swing for the hills. It's annoying, but ultimately fine. He's scrying. He put it on the bottom. Okay. So he's going to take another 3. Alright, we'll see how that does. I guess I've given him an invitation to try to win. So now the question is, I think what I do actually is like try to win a race because I am kind of ahead, and then if he just threatens a pump spell, then I crack the disc. Slash if he tries anything funny, I can crack the disc. Like, that's annoying, but ultimately is fine. Like, don't really care about an Elvis Archer's dying. Though at this point, am I now not favored to win a race? So let's see, next turn that puts him at me at 5. I swing, that puts him at 8. Puts me at 7, puts him at 5. I got him to throw another removal spell away, which is cool. And then if he plays another creature, I can play Icy Manipulator and take care of it. Ride the treasure cruise. So So like he could have sided in counter magic. And so when he's tapped out, I'm kind of inclined to just get Manipulator out there. Because I clearly, like, it's really important. Yep. He's probably going to play another critter, which is annoying. Yep. And another critter, yep. Man. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that probably would have been better. These are the things I, like, don't think about. Ugh. God, I'm in trouble. The good news is I can just draw 3 cards with Sylvan Library. Destroy target or enchantment. He has fed the swarm. That's sad. Here they come. I'm just gonna take the 2 infect right now and just pray something magical happens. Hurricane's feeling pretty good right now. So I think I just take it here since I can't profitably trade. Just pray that it's gonna be down to the wire again. What are cards that get me out of this mess? Not a lot. We have started 0-1 again. We take what we can get around these parts, that is true. I'm actually gonna put Lurgoyf down because Lurgoyf's really bad at the beginning of the game. Because, like... he's... he's gonna be very confused by what he sees. What the hell did he just play? Oh, the cycling... Okay, that's fine. It wasn't mono red, though. It is worth noting my 1 win tonight came against mono red. Alright, so guess what? This time it is okay, because I have a giant growth, so if he tries anything funny... Alright, doesn't mean if he has... Oh, there we go. Cool. You consider it. You consider. Draw 2 cards, you can say, oh, yep, that's a card. Alright, so we're gonna try that trick again. Though he seems to be playing a lot of Amonkhet cards, so Censor was a card. Memory Lapse, okay. I'm getting flashbacks from frickin' Historic here. I lost so many games to them just memory lapsing something I needed over and over and over again. Would have been funny had I not been infuriated. Sure, we can just keep memory lapsing. And I'll just keep attacking with Land War Elves. The elf beatdown plan is in full swing! Treasure Cruise. I liked it better when they were paying the full 8 to do it, because they didn't have any other options. And now we're just going to keep fighting over Giant Spider. Are you going to memory lapse that too? He's going to Thought Scour targeting himself. Stop playing memory lapse. My little body can't take it. Skyr targeting himself. Oh my god, Treasure Cruise. Stop. What the hoo-ha is this? Nil, whenever. Oh my god. What a win condition. He tapped out for it too. He is clearly very confident in what this 2/2 can do. Whenever an opponent loses life, they mill that many cards. Sure as hell starting to look like that, isn't it? Yeah. A combo he's clearly pretty close to just doing. I probably should have tried to cast Giant Spider first. Not that I'm exactly confident that it's going to matter, but... Whenever a card is put into an opponent's graveyard for anywhere. Oh, and then he's gonna Mind Scour me, and then the game's over. Destroy target creature, can't be regenerated. You lose life equal to that creature's toughness. Oh, did I just like... Oh, from anywhere? Sugar. The game is now over. Because now I mill, I lose life. He got it. Alright, so Icy Manipulator seems bad. Nevinyrral's Disc seems bad. I mean, most of these cards seem bad. But Jester's Cap... Juggernaut is going to be better here. Regrowth. Turn this into as much of an aggro deck as we can, I guess. Yep, we're going for it. Force of Nature beatdown, baby. It's pretty cool. So I'm going to have 5 mana next turn, assuming he doesn't like Vapor Snag anything. Blowing up the artifact would also be good. Yeah, except for my only way to do that in this deck is Nevinyrral's Disc, which I think is too slow. Fun fact also, with the criteria I've set for myself, there's like no good way to blow up artifacts. I can't even cast like Tranquility. I'm really nervous he's gonna play that stupid like thing. So I'm just gonna keep my mana up, make him all scared. He's not scared. Return target. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff I don't need. I mean, what I need him to do is to tap out, which I don't think he will ever do again. So we're just gonna swing at him with Elvish Archers. Do I get... Oh, I do get Land War Elves. Look at that. Thought Scour. It's gonna blow up. Well, you got it, dude. You blew up my... I mean, the worst part is it feels like... he's just gonna counter it. Yeah. figure. Ugh. Oh, God, memory lapse. Ugh. My least favorite. I get to try it again, and oh no! He's setting himself up for success. You got it, dude. Worst part is it means he still has counter magic. I'm about to lose to a 2-2 with like other abilities, but like I think this is not going to go well, and we are going to start over. Unless this is like another... Alright, Mishra's Factory. Alright. Cyclone Easy Prey. So the 2-2 beatdown plan, folks. Oh wow. We'll keep the first in the hand for a hot minute. Yep, we are now in a staring contest. Do I get Jester's Cap? I would be amazed if he... I hate memory lapse so much. I just hate it. I guess we just keep having a staring contest. Oh god, now what are you doing? Target player mills 2 cards. Targeting K Rizzle. Oh. He made me lose my Jester's Cap. That jerk. He's gonna kill Mishra's Factory. What has all this taught me? It's taught me... Do I get the force of nature? No, I don't get anything. Okay. He's gonna kill it, most likely. No, he's just gonna... No, he's just gonna activate the ability a bunch. Huh, that's interesting. I got the force of nature! But how long does it stay? The answer, not very long. That would be my guess. Destroy target non-angel, non-demon, non-devil, non-dragon creature. Force of nature is in fact none of those things. I hate... Oh my god. Well, for one brief moment, I had something he couldn't counter. He immediately killed it after pondering, but for a hot minute... Oh good. Now I can play my giant spider. Cool. I don't care. You got it, dude. You're gonna win. Oh. I just want to say I could pay it just the once. Does he have the win now? Let's see. So he can deal 4 and then make me lose. He can activate the ability once. And then he can make me mill. I think he's got it. Oh yeah, there we go. I now lose all the life. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna try one more time. If it doesn't work, or if it continues to go as poorly as it seems to be. Then we will move to mono black. Ah, man. My conclusion to all this might be that I'm just happy I get a win. Who has? Oh. The part I'm sure everybody thinks is like they see like a forest and a land war elves and they go, okay, so this guy is like playing some sort of green thing. Maybe it's elves, maybe it's, you know, you could start thinking of a lot of things. And then you see them play like giant spider or force of nature and you're like, wait, what am I playing against? So I'm actually going to keep the mana open because he could play like a shock effect. And I really don't want to lose my Land War Elves, and the 1 point of damage I don't think really is going to determine much. Oh man, I'm a little nervous. I would like to activate the ability. So I'm actually going to put those both on top, and then we're going to send them away. So I really don't think that's what we need. Alright, so now that I've got some extra mana open, I don't mind attacking with Land War Elves. I'll be curious to see what this guy does. He's clearly playing Grixis, but like so far he's just pondered. Played Mountains. Mountains of all. Alright, that's an island. Alright, I do want to activate the library. Put those two on top for now. Play Mishra's Factory. I guess I wish I knew what he was doing. Because right now, I just have like no clue. And I feel like just throwing out a force of nature is just asking for it to get countered. This deck's not going to win by being passive. It's also not going to win by my opponents having counter magic. Doug. Stand up the Mishra's Factory. Let's just go lands beats. That's what we're gonna do. And when it works, it'll work, and when it doesn't, well, then it doesn't. Oh my god, did I animate the wrong one? You got it, dude. Ghost Quarter? I'm not digging that for at all. Alright, what else are we gonna find with Sylvan Library? Hot garbage. We're in trouble. Stand up. Stand up. He's gonna crack Ghost Quarter and kill one of them. Yep. I would like to go find a first. Oh, I get to shuffle. Oh. Oh. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Ghost Quarter. Wait, did he just play another Ghost Quarter? That's dumb. Alright. Yes. You know what? Fuck it. I'm not winning by waiting till he plays a thing I can't deal with. Newly controlled. Alright. Stand it up. We're gonna... He's gonna Ghost Quarter one of them. Which is fine. Yes. Let's go find a first. That's great. What? Oh, we're still in the declare attacker step. Whoops. Deal 1 damage with Land War Elves. You know, interestingly enough, earlier in the game I had said that, like, the scariest thing he could do was... Well, no, not the scariest thing he could do. I said that not attacking for 1 with that Land War Elves wasn't going to matter. I feel like now it's going to matter. Return. You got it, dude. What the heck is this? Sure, dude. What's your stupid Planeswalker do? Create a sacrifice, add 1 color. You got it, dude. I have a plan. I have a plan. Ugh. We're actually gonna pay to draw the extra card. Four. Let's play Icy Manipulator. My guess is he's going to crack something to try to stop me from doing that. Yep. Interesting. Number of artifacts you control. Man, that's tricky. Do I pay it? Or do I kill Tezzeret? I think we... So I could swing at Phyrexian for 10. I don't think that's actually going to matter, though. We're going to let him declare blockers. I mean, you could argue... Thanks, Griffin Slayer. New York City! How's New York City? Because it's cold in Vermont. Destroy all artifacts, creatures, and lands. They can't be regenerated. Sylvan Library, I need you to find me some lands. Yes. I'm actually gonna... And then we're gonna put... If he has the lightning bolt effects, he can just kill me. Yeah. Nah, it feels bad. Feels real bad. This is what happens. Alright, Sylvan Library, I need you to find me lands. You were doing that all you did nothing but that all early game. That's literally all you did. And now when it matters, we can't afford that apparently. Can't find it anywhere. Oh yeah, this... now he's gonna have all the mana in the world. Alright, Sylvan Library. Please. This feels awful. What do I even discard at this point? I don't know. The answer is that I'm probably not winning with any of these cards. Oh, that's another Tezzeret. Let's just move to game 2. I don't feel like playing that out. Alrighty, well that was awful. I actually don't think Jester's Cap's all that good here. Alrighty. Yeah, your opponent suddenly is playing a game that you have been told you're not allowed to play anymore. Oh, for pity's sake. Mulligan. No, we're gonna keep this. And Lurgoyf to the bottom. Hey, Minty Face, you like to play jank. Would you ever play this sort of jank? Probably not. Well, that's because you're not missing a screw. Jank combo-y. Hey, this is like got combo elements. If our definition of combo is I play cards or prison decks. Minty Face, I'm not hearing enough Force of Nature decks. Oh god, Ghost Quarter. Really hate that thing. Come on, Giant Spider! Fun fact, oh, interesting. Interesting, he can use Ghost Quarter as a fetch land. That's pretty dope. And now he can counter the Giant Spider. Did I put Juggernaut in? I don't remember. I don't know if it really matters. Am I allowed to have Birds of Paradise? Woo! Am I allowed to swing at you with Land Worlds? Yeah, something like that. But thanks for swinging by, Griffin Slayer. I appreciate it, bud. If you have a hot second, following me would be really appreciated. Not that you have to, but it helps. Thank you, Kimosabi. Is he like... He tapped out for all that? Jeez, Aside, I don't blame him because I've not drawn anything. Oh boy, So far tonight we've seen two flavors of decks, right? Well, the Infect deck was actually more of the kind of the stuff I would expect to see here. And those games were fairly competitive. Well, that first game was fairly competitive. That second game, I was on the ropes the whole time. Tezzeret. Jeez, I'm really not digging this Tezzeret thing. Alright, so watch this. Giant growth that. I'm gonna go regrowth the other giant growth. Then we're gonna giant growth. It's a paradise. Basically banking he doesn't have anything because I just don't. Target player sacrifices a creature. Oh, it has split second. I can't respond to it. That sucks. I don't feel like fighting through that. Was that my first game? I'll play through it. Moon one. Okay. Well, this has been a rough night, boys and girls. What I'm learning is that when you limit what cards you're allowed to play with, you run into trouble. I'll finish out this league one way, like I'll play until I can't get a winning record. And if that fails, then we'll call it a night here. And then next week, I'll try it again, but with the mono black deck. Because I'm starting to get the sense that this deck isn't like, it's not only is it not good enough, like it does not stand, like basically the one win it got was probably about as lucky as the deck is ever gonna get. will say, that one win was pretty sweet. I also, once again, am very upset that we couldn't just play a Tron deck. Like, I honestly think that if... At least with a Tron deck, I think we would stand a chance against some of these non-control decks. I think that is one thing I'm starting to figure out regardless of how we play this out. I can't see us beating control decks with any sort of consistency unless I really tailor the deck to, like, do that somehow. Sure, why not? But every Penny Dreadful League, it's just nothing but control decks. Chase Balarin, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. There's a lot of Planeswalkers in Penny Dreadful this season. It's pretty cool, really. It's giant spider time, baby. A 1-penny Planeswalker. We found it. It's I mean, in last game, Nezeret. And heck, with all those Planeswalkers from War of the Spark, I bet you there's a lot of, like, Penny Dreadful legal Planeswalkers. Yeah, that game wasn't very interesting. I don't blame you for missing it. Alright, let's finish off Jace. Interesting. He yielded through all of that, which is kind of weird. Or not Nezeret, sorry, Tazeret. And there he is again. Number of of course, which is just enough to kill it. Rat. Alright, so I should put a stop on his upkeep. Swing at Tezzeret. No Planeswalkers! I'm actually going to take that the stop off his upkeep because I'm just going to force through the other Icy Manipulator. And then next turn I'll start tapping down his blue mana very specifically. Ah! Stop playing islands! Oh my gosh, what is this? This is just a Planeswalker deck! This is just a Planeswalker deck. Super Friends. It'd be kind of cool if not for the fact that, like, it's super obnoxious. Taxoran. I can't let him keep any of these. All right. I'm just gonna keep playing critters, I guess. Because I clearly need to take care of this. Penny Dreadful Super Friends. That's kind of cool.
That was good. Can you please take a picture? Sure.
Alright, what's... Sweltering... Boo. Oh, and then Soren's gonna kill the spider. No! Oh, man. Mishra's Factory. Alright, now I'm gonna put a stop during his upkeep. Alright, Soren. Now what are you gonna do? Probably... Yeah. Oh, my life total becomes 10. Rude. That is rude. Destroy target land. You can... yeah, that's fine. If not now, when? The fact that he's not yielding through it means he can either kill it or something, I'm guessing. Oh, I can... Deals 2 damage to any target, that's fine. You just don't get nice things here, folks. Play Lurgoyf. Let's see what he does here. I mean, he's clearly gonna... man. Soren's just killing me. I mean, the only good news is here I might actually get a chance to kill Soren. I mean, I think at this point in the game, I don't have to assume. I'm just going to attack them both at Soren. You know what? I'm going to bank he doesn't have anything. And if I'm wrong... Hey, we got rid of Soren. Doesn't really matter at this point. Yeah, like Icy Manipulators, unless he starts making creatures, is going to be pretty useless at this point. Alright, it's beats time, baby! Stand on up! This might be a touch aggressive. He can also just counter it, which is a thing as well. It's another Tezzeret. He can't kill the Lurgoyf. Alright, so we're gonna... Once again, we're gonna kind of do that same trick as last time. You're gonna attack here. You're gonna attack Tezzeret. Play Giant Spider. Search for Asco. Oh, jeez. Stand up. Send the team. I guess I'm not sure if playing Elvish Archers is right or not. I mean, he might just activate it anyway. He probably is desperate for something, but I'm gonna make him do it now. What is it with everyone? Oh my god. I mean, this time it's not a blowout per se, but like he doesn't seem to have anything, and I at least have... I think we play the creature here, because right now the biggest risk we have is him playing another Planeswalker and taking control of the game again. Right now, even though he has all this mana, he doesn't actually have anything. So we're just gonna... We're gonna play things... Swing with a 2/1. And then we're going to play Sylvan Library. Alright, so let's see what he gets. He's got 2 turns still, assuming I don't find a giant growth, which I will be looking for. Yes. Put that on top and put that on top of that. Play Meester's Factory. We may actually win this. Oh god, what's he playing? Factor Fiction. I don't know what's good against this. Icy Manipulator seems actually pretty bad, as does Neverall's Disc. It's funny that Neverall's Disc is like supposed to be like the good card in this deck, and it's like usually pretty useless. I guess Juggernaut's good. Regrowth seems good. Giant Growth seems mediocre. Oh, we don't need you anymore. Yeah, we'll keep it. Oh, we're gonna turn the upkeep thing off at the moment. It's not particularly helpful anymore. We'll play Voids of Paradise. Ah, man, Cleansing Wildfire onto artifact lands is really good. Indestructible artifact lands at that. Nature's Lore into Sylvan Library. Stop playing Tezzeret. I'm not ready this time. Rude. Yes, we will use that ability. And we'll put these cards on the tippy top for the hot minute. No! No, I could have killed Tezzeret. Man, I'm just spectacularly dumb. Yeah, you do that. I don't even care. Jace. Interesting. Yes. Alright, so now the one that's not go get Tezzeret, go get Jace. Let's cast Nature's Lore. Shuffle up everything, and then we'll go grab Voids. Man. Now what? Another Planeswalker. Rise and Shine Overload. Each non-artifact creature you control. Artifact becomes a 0/1. Put 4 on each artifact that becomes a creature this way. Oh boy. Yeah, seems backbreaking. God. Yeah, oh, they're indestructible. Let me talk for a minute about how. Oh yeah, it's Super Friends. That also like wins by like every card that's not the Planeswalkers. Like the Planeswalkers are debatably like the worst part of the deck. Oh man. I don't have a good answer here. I think he just wins. They are the bait. They do gain him a bunch of life. That is true. You just, you know, it's the age-old Planeswalker thing. Like, you just sort of can't let him keep it. Yeah, they do. Yeah, we're screwed. Okay, well, that did not go nearly as well this time. But I don't really have a better answer. Like, if he does that again, like, there's only so much you can do. So I think the plan this time is going to be to win. That's my plan. Oh, jeez, I'm Crow. Give me something. Sure. It's not particularly good, but beggars can't be choosers. Alright, well, we won game 1, so maybe if we get off to a decent little start, we can muscle out a win here. God, I hate that combo. That's so much value. It's like, oh, do you want to play Rampant Growth that says draw a card? Well, now you can. Alright, we're going to stand him up. This is an aggressive start. I don't think it's really good enough. This is where Lurgoyf's great, like, after the game's been going on for a hot minute. Stand it up again. We're actually going to do it with Birds of Paradise, just because I don't, in case he has a way to interact with creatures. So there's a... So... Oh. Control C, Control C. So there's a part of me that feels like that he might board wipe here, but then I can just play Lurgoyf. Like, plus I have regrowth, so I can always go grab another archer if I need. Or just go grab that, apparently. I kind of want my Mishra's Factory back, but I guess we'll see what we draw here. Good ol' is it Charm? Target critter gets... That's annoying. Do I do that or I play Giant Spider? I think I actually play Giant Spider, interestingly enough. You've done it. You have countered Giant Spider. Once again, I'm worried that this isn't going to be enough. Especially with Tezzeret, I just hate it so much. Man, I think we play Lurgoyf and just pray something magical and full of wonder happens. Fun fact, in the original 95 version, they actually ran a single copy of the card that says that you can it's like an artifact for 2. It said bury your own stuff. Like you could bury a permanent you control just by tapping it. And they would do that so that they could ensure they could kill their dorks to make Lurgoyf big enough in certain matchups. Yeah. I mean, back in those days, though, you could get away with stuff like that. There just wasn't much else going on. So here's now my new dilemma. Do I just swing at him? Move artifacts you control. My next turn... I think I still do it. It kind of sucks, but I feel like there's still a game here to be played. God, I hate all this counter magic. Destroy all green creatures? Really? Is he running into so many green creature decks that he needs to run that? I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it for a hot second. Not at all. I'm just not buying it. You can't sell me on that. Oh, interesting. I need to attack Tezzeret now. Nope, nope, Control Z. Oh, interesting. I'm gonna run out of time. Damn. Well, we did get a random win, which tonight have been hard to come by. Alright, we're 0-2. At this point, we either get three wins in a row, or we call it a night here. Yeah, I'm wondering if the mono black deck will be better, just because, like, on the one hand, it probably will be less consistent than this deck, because this deck has been fairly consistent. The problem is that what it's doing consistently isn't very, like, game-breaking. It's like, cool, you, on turn 5, have roughly on turn 3, excuse me. On turn 3, you have 5 to 6 mana, and you cast Giant Spider, I guess. Like, maybe you try to muscle out. Something better. Or maybe you start off aggressively by playing some 2/1s with first strike for 2. Like, you know, we're not exactly breaking the game here. Meanwhile, these other decks are like either playing stupid hyper value control decks or like mono red stuff. Like this is mono red. I guarantee it. Guarantee it. They're playing that because they didn't. They have a janky hand of sorts. Oh, they're playing goblins. Alright. Oh geez, that's way too many Neverall's discs. It is still red. Yeah, those are our two flavors of deck, other than the one like, I guess Super Friends was its own thing, but I'll tell you this much. Super Friends was basically just control deck, but with different win con. And probably was worse because of it. I don't know how I was able to beat that one rand. Alright, the good news is now he's in a weird spot. He can't actually attack into this. So we're about to have a little bit of a staring contest. So I kind of want him to commit more stuff to the board, so that then I can play the Neverall's disc. Mog Fanatic. Oh. Goodbye, Elvish Archers. I hardly knew ye. Alright, well now he's really gonna commit. He's gonna attack for 4. I guess I'm just gonna take it, because I don't know what else to do with my life. I mean, what I want him to... I mean, I have a second disc, so I think I actually do just play... Whoa, 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 whoa. No, I want to play the disc. There we go. Forgotten Cave. Alright, I guess we chump block because we don't actually plan on this stuff all being here. Now this is exactly how that's supposed to go. We blow everything up, and we play Lurgoyf. That's like how it's supposed to go. You play a little bit of magic, you reset the board with the disc, and then you play Lurgoyf. Goblin War Chief. The problem is that the other stuff he's doing is kind of scurry. So I need to... Lane War Elves really wasn't what I wanted there. So I think what I do here actually is I show him my other Neverall's disc, and I just try to beat face with Lurgoyf, with him knowing meanwhile that if he overcommits, I'll just blow up the board. That being said, he can now probably attack for a decent chunk here. Yeah, we're probably gonna play Land War Elves next turn just to make sure that. Well, that's a card. Jeez. Such a close game. Even with my disc there meaning that he can't really just claim victory. Ugh, all his stuff having haste is scurry. Ugh. So I have to really be careful here. Does he... Alright, he... Oh, interesting, because he... So wait a minute. So if I block... So if he... So let's let him attack with everything first, because that's exactly what he's gonna... He's gonna attack with everything but one of his things. Two of his things, even. He's... Alright, you did it. So now you get 2 1/1s. So I really need this to be a land. If I do that, I feel great. God damn it. Okay. Still not bad. He can't really... My giant spider outclasses his goblin tokens. But now his top deck can easily do just that. Goblins you control gain... man. It's not good. I really, 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 really need this to be a land. God! It's all sorts of stuff that keeps the game kind of stalled, but I really, 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 really need this to be a land. For pity's sake. Now he's drawing everything again. God, man! I just needed a land. The one time I needed a land, I could not find a land. I've had so many games tonight where I draw nothing but pointless stuff. When I needed it most, my deck turned back into a pumpkin. And now, meanwhile, his deck is giving him nothing but gas. Come on! I can't deal with this. As an aside, those tokens are freaking out. Does he just have it now? Can he just swing with everything? Not quite. Tap the ringleader. He's gonna send all of it. I should create a... Yeah, that's exactly what he needed. Giant spider blocks there, eats that goblin, and then I take a bunch. Yeah, I don't think there's a way out of this for me. 2 Neverall's Disc. There it is. Too little, too late. I think even if I play that, I guess I'll make him have it, but yeah, not much you can do. Just you know, when you're playing such a deck, a pile, if you were, you really can't afford bad luck. Like, you're already kind of fighting a losing battle here. And I think that does it. I made him have it, but he had it. Oh my goodness. Like, dude, I get it. You have, like, all the goblins. Okay. You've made your point. Alrighty, so let's see. I mean, all that was actually mostly good. That's the worst part. I can't even really look to my sideboard and be like, oh yeah, that's what I need. I guess Sandstorm would be pretty good here. So I'm not really sure what wouldn't be very good here. I mean, I guess Giant Growth isn't great in general. Or is it? Is Icy Manipulator actually any... I don't have a ton to replace Icy Manipulator with, is sort of my problem. Alright, folks. This is for our lives. It's useless. It's not much better. I really don't want to mulligan to 5, though. We're going to need to get a little lucky. Maybe he'll mulligan to, like, 30. Interestingly enough, I can't do anything. You got it, Mr. War Marshal. Come on, giant spider. Be scurry. Probably just lets it die, would be my guess. Because he's not swinging anyway. Yep. That is the beauty of Mug War Marshal. Sometimes you get the extra thing, and sometimes you don't. And it's usually on average better. I once again kind of need to... We're just going to play the... Try to get him to commit stuff game. Play another giant spider. And we're just going to have a staring contest. Until he... Goblin Ringleader... What did he... Goblin Bushwhacker. Ugh. Goblin War Marshal. Ugh. Goblin... Ugh. I don't want to dismiss all. How do you just dismiss the mountain? Oh, that's how you do it. Okay, cool. So I think it's a little greedy. I think I stare at him for one more turn before revealing that I have the disc. It's very greedy, and it may come back to haunt me. I'm just really not in a very good spot here. Oh my goodness. Stop playing War Marshals. He didn't kick it? He must have another one or a lord or something in his hand. He's saving for one big swing. Oh no, he's gonna send some of it nat. Really? It's definitely a decision. Yeah, that makes more sense. I was greedy. Now here's the question, do I get to survive my greed? He's probably not going to pay those, but it's not going to strongly matter. I'm guessing he's got a lord to give him the hastes. You know, one of his cards is a goblin cohort. Goblin mage. What was he? Goblin Warch. Does he have another mountain? I mean, he's gonna swing now with everything. I can't imagine him not. Yeah, here comes the team. Yeah, now this game I can't find anything but lands. So now I wait till he... Really? He does know I can crack the disc at instant speed, right? He must think I can only crack the disc as a sorcery or something. I don't think there's a mono-red way to give indestructible that I'm aware of, so... It is very cool. It looks very appealing. Maybe he's thinking I'll just accidentally skip through it. Which, you know, based on how I played tonight, would be a reasonable conclusion. Or maybe he thinks I don't want to lose my giant spiders. I don't care about my giant spiders. Cool! At least now I have a Mishra's factory I can start trying to win this game with. Come on, deck! Give me something I can work with! There's the Goblin Cohort. Stand it up. They were very legal. You could make the argument I could hold him back, but I can also just giant growth my thingy here. Okay, there we go. He plays a critter. He's now going to attack with it. I'm going to stand it up. Move the blocks. See if he tries anything. giant growth. It's dumb. Oh, nope. Nope. No. No! No! It's true. I can play Force of Nature now. I really wanted to attack. We're winning a game of Magic, which tonight has not been a guarantee. Hey, there we go. All right. God, I kind of wish I had a third Neveralls. We did at Reddit. So it's interesting because there have been plenty of times tonight where Neverall's Disc has felt like completely pointless. I'd be pretty happy to have a third one right now, because right now in this matchup, it feels very important. Against the red decks in general, Neverall's Discs has felt very important. If I ever played with this deck again, which I don't think is going to happen, I would probably put a... Well, probably not another one main deck, but I would put a third one in the sideboard. Yeah, that is very fair. He had to see the disc. I can only assume he either like just blanked that I could do it, or assumed that I could only activate it as a sorcery. Because to be fair, instant speed destroy creatures is definitely not something you see in Magic very often. Now, to be fair, I do have to play it and let it be tapped for a full turn, but still. Goblin Instigator, yep. So once again, I have a disc, so the trick is, much like last game, going to be getting him to commit. Ooh. Order of operations here. So let's cast Nature's Lore. And then we're going to cast the Library. And let's see if we can find our win con for when we crack the disc. I'm sort of opening up to an attack. Oh, we might need to... That disc is coming out next turn, unfortunately, now. Oh man, I might be in trouble. Why didn't he attack with the Chieftain? Makes no sense. Yes, use my... Alright, we found it. Alright, for those paying attention at home, we will 100% be chump blocking with Land War Elves this turn. I can only hope he once again plays into the disc. I'm guessing he learned his lesson. That would be my guess. I can also justify a Mog, because he's going to get to attack this turn with a lot of power. Ugh. Can also blow my land war elves away, though it doesn't. It literally gains him nothing to do so. So I'm guessing he's just gonna. He's attacking with weird amounts of these creatures. I don't. Okay, that's the. Finally. Does he just win? No, he doesn't, but it doesn't give me a lot of wiggle room. Alright, so, yep. So I need to set myself up here. So, yeah, we're going to put that on top, and we're going to put that on top. And we're just going to draw lands for a hot minute. Alright, so now we wait. And pray he doesn't have, like, a goblin grenade or something stupid like that. He also didn't... See, I think that's a misplay. You, unless... I don't know what it's in his hand. But I feel like you pay that so that you'll get a critter after I... After I do that. Oof, that's not good. That is not good. Alrighty, well... If not now, when? Force of nature! Can you win me the game? He's gonna pay... Nah, yeah, now he pays for it. He's probably not gonna attack. So the interesting thing is I would love... So what am I drawing next? So actually I should know this. So clearly I have to... I'm now basically out 4 mana every single turn. God, if he... Uh... Pay to prevent this, yes. Yeah, this is close. I'm trying to think, does it make sense for me to swing or to... So if I swing, I have put him on a 3... It's a decent point. Oh boy. Well, I might not have a choice next turn. Unless I draw, like... Yeah, he's gonna swing... I do agree with you that swinging there was the play. Now I just need this to be like... So yes. Give me something. Give me something. That's something. So we're gonna put you on top. Oh, I probably should have. Oh, it's. I don't think it actually matters at this point. He either has a way around the mana dork, or he doesn't. Target creature. I mean, at least I can feel good in knowing that it didn't really matter if I had grabbed that or grabbed the other one. He would have been able to kill it either way. It was a really good game. Okay, so we won a single match tonight, and it came fairly early, maybe creating a little bit of a belief that maybe something cool could happen in my head. And that cool thing being maybe we would get another win. I guess we won some random games, which was cool. This is just clearly a bad selection of cards. So, but I think I learned a few things. So I think so. On the one hand, what am I trying to say here? On the one hand, I do want to continue this, but I also don't know if I want to do this again next week. Like play with crappy cards and see if I can win. So I'm thinking next week. Next week we'll go back to more regular Magic. I actually want to, like I said, I have my vintage deck, and I'd like to play that a little on stream. I think that would be fun. Vintage time, yep. But I will return. This challenge is not done. I have not given up. I just need a little break. So we'll be back. We will try this again with the mono black deck, and we'll see if that deck can get a win. But next week is vintage, so get ready to cast some Thalias and tell our opponents that they're not allowed to have nice things. Because Hate Bears is basically like that format's control deck. Because everyone's running Force of Will. So how do you stop that? You say, well, you just can't cast things. So, should be fun. I really appreciate y'all coming out and sticking with me so late on a Wednesday. It will be great. And hopefully I'll see y'all next time. Get some good rest. K-Rizzle out. Goodbye, Force of Nature. I'll miss you.